We do that. I do want to go to our good friend Leanne Rhymes and let her lead us in the national anthem. So if you would remove cover, put your hand over your heart. We are going to have the flag right behind me here.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, I tell you what, that is one of my favorite songs right there. Before we do get kicked off, if you wouldn't mind, we're going to go to the Lord with a prayer quick. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for all the opportunities you give us. Thank you for allowing us to live in the greatest country in the world and exercise freedoms like showing cattle and doing what we love and being passionate about the ag industry, Lord. We just thank you for all your many blessings, all the opportunities you've given us. Please help us to never take them for granted and always give you all the praise and glory, Lord. Please watch over all of our contestants today, all of the animals, all the livestock. Help them to cooperate. And please help us to have a wonderful day, Lord. And in Jesus' name we pray, amen. Well, without further ado, we are going to kick off class number 1 right here. Here's how that looks like. This is going to be the junior heifer calves, calved March 1st, 2025, or after. We got Keeleen Cahoon coming out of Charlotte, Montana, bringing us Catalypso 37 NET. We got Chloe Burton out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us TPHT Indigo N453. We got Jonna McCullough out of Fort Benton, Montana, bringing us TSR Natalie 505N. We got another one by Jonna McCullough from Fort Benton, bringing us TSR Natasha 543N. And then we got Leah Nelson out of Bonner, Montana, bringing us Dwyer Beauty Secret 506N. Class 2, you guys will be on deck. So if you want to have that on your mind, we'd greatly appreciate it. That's Leah Nelson, Caden Cumpula, Quentin Harwood, Gracie Earl, Luke Peterson, Megan Otis, Grace Thorson. And Briley Rogers. You guys will follow this class. Also, we do want to introduce our first judge of the day. Tell you what, we do have a great set of judges here. We appreciate all their hard work and their knowledge and what they're doing for us. This is Colton Prescott out of Winchester, Indiana. Colton is a first-generation cattleman who is a co-owner of Prescott Cattle Company in Winchester, Indiana. Prescott Cattle Company primarily raises Maine Anjou, Chiania. I'm getting better. I almost got that name down. Shorthorn cattle. Every fall they have multi-breed sales where they sell cattle online or privately. They also participate in different breed sales held throughout the country selling seed stock animals and genetics. Colton is a graduate of Purdue University where he was a member of the livestock judging team. After graduation, he was the show barn manager at Schaefer Show Cattle. After gaining those experiences in the business, Colton was inspired to formally pursue the start of Prescott Cattle Company with his family. Colton, Hunter, and their father Steve started their own operation 10 years ago and pride themselves on customer service and educating youth on the beef industry. Colton is currently an agricultural science teacher at Winchester Community High School, where he has been teaching for the past 10 years. Colton has been a member of the American Chianini Association Board of Directors for the past 4 years, where he has held offices as Vice President as well as Secretary. Well, we would like to thank our friends down at Next Level Images from Mount Pleasant, Texas. They're the exclusive photographer for the 2025 NILE Stock Show. All champion and reserve champion breeds are required to have their backdrop photos taken. Everyone is welcome and encouraged to have their photos taken at the backdrop. All photos, ring and backdrop, will be available online at www.nextlevelimages.com. And let them know if you need anything specific throughout the week. And as a reminder, please no photography at the backdrop or ringside, please and thank you. Also, if you've got some loved ones at home that weren't able to make it, you can watch this live from home at ringsidelive.co. Again, if you got people at home that weren't able to make it today but still like to get in on the action, go check it out at ringsidelive.co.
as we get out here in our first class of Simmental females. I think this is a great way to start this show. I think these two are very, very high quality, very highly presented, and just good individuals in general. I chose to start with a white face heifer. She's just one that's very elegant, feminine through her front 1/3, comes into a massive amount of body and power. She's big-legged, she's good-footed, and she's square and level, and just balances really well from the side and gives you an awfully good look when you're looking there. When you get her in motion, I think she's very flexible and pliable on the go. I'd like to maybe just change her a little bit in terms of her front end structure, but I think it's definitely good enough. That's just a logical place to start. The heifer that comes in second, I think one that's very sound, very good on the go. I think she's one that you just like to tuck her up in her chest. Or pretty her up just a little bit in her throat latch, but I think one that's got a lot of natural mass and power, that has a lot of good brood cow look and ability. Maybe just like to open her up and square her up in her hooks to her pins a little bit as well, but that's a very nice female. The heifer that comes next, one that's big, bold, and broody, and one that gets around the ring very well. I'd like to change her just a little bit in terms of the way she moves out of her hock, but I think that's a very nice female. Just like to change her in terms of her head shape and lengthen her out from the top side of her blade to her pole, but that's a very nice female. Heifer that comes next, another big, bold, stout female, one that just has a lot of good brood cow look. She's one that you just like to change the way she moves out of her hip and hind leg, and just kind of set her hock back into her just a little bit to move up in the class. The heifer that comes rounds off the class, one that's got just is loaded with power and shape and dimension. One that's big boned and stout. She's one you just like to smoothen her up in terms of her transitions and sharpen her up in terms of her overall look, but that's a very nice female.
My goodness, what a way to start off a day and start off a show right there. Here's how that shook off. Fifth is going to be Leah Nelson. Fourth is going to be Jonna McCullough. Third is going to be Jonna McCullough. Second is going to be Chloe Burton, and your champion of that class will be Kayleen Cahoon out of Charlotte, Montana. Congratulations. We're going to go right into class number 2 right here. Leah Nelson out of Bonner, Montana, bringing us TCCL Gold Satin. Caden Cumpule out of Shepherd, Montana, bringing us MS Bombshell. Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana, is going to be bringing us Dyer Honey Butter. Gracie Earl out of Collinston, Utah, is going to be bringing us ERL/JS Summer 03N. Luke Peterson out of Cresswell, Oregon, is going to be bringing us Miss Honey Boo N075. Megan Otis out of Emigrant, Montana, is going to be bringing us Mo Stella. And Grace Thorson out of Glendive, Montana, is going to be bringing us LRS Miss Rory 551N. Also, we're going to have Briley Rogers out of Casper, Wyoming. She's going to be bringing us RRWY MS Loverboy N. Class number 2, the junior heifer cows. If you guys want to have it on your mind, that'll be Arabella Baines and Harper Thorson. You guys will be on deck. You will follow this class. Also, friendly reminder, all Grand and Reserve champions, please remember to visit the livestock office in the expo to pick up your champion jackets and vest. And special thanks to our good friend Scott down at Dalio Western Wear for embroidering these awards. Wouldn't be possible without you. Also, we want to take a moment here to thank a few of our good sponsors here. We've got AgriBest Feeds. AgriBest Feeds is a proud sponsor of the NILE Stock Show and your local Aero Equip dealer. Aero Equip is the most innovative livestock handling chute on the market. Look them over for yourself. The 8700 manual chute is in the Agribest Feeds booth across from the show ring, and a full line of Aero Equip chutes on the grounds by the Montana Pavilion. Check out our ad on the back cover of the NILE Premier magazine, or stop by and visit with the Agribest Feeds team at their booth across from the show ring. Also, we want to thank Stock Show Secrets. Bit of a tongue twister. They are the brand supplements that have innovated the stock show industry. Like their competitors, Stock Show Secrets offers performance-based products to make your animals do and look better, but Stock Show Secrets also offers products for a safer show experience, a more rewarding show experience. They believe that no matter how good an animal is, it won't place very well if they cannot get shown well. That is what makes Stock Show Secrets different. Check them out online, on Facebook or Instagram at stockshowsecrets.com. We also want to thank our friends down at Select Sires, offering an expanded sire lineup that includes more elite bulls from respected programs. Select Sires, calving ease, carcass, cows. Stop by and see Jay Nanzel at their booth in the trade show, or visit with your local Select Sire rep today.
as we get in this class of Simmental heifers, I'm going to leave them how these two are staying here. I think the heifer that we start off with, the black heifer, is a big outline, big female for her age for sure, in terms of growth and performance. But she just gives you a really nice breeding cattle silhouette. She balances well from the side when you get her in motion. I think she gets out and goes. You get behind her, she's got some muscle and some dimension and power. She gives you an awfully nice show heifer look. She's elegant through her front end. I think that's just a good place and a good animal to start off with in this class. The heifer that comes next, one that's, I think, another heifer that gives you a very good look from the side. She balances well. Thank you. She balances well from the side. You get behind her, she's got some natural muscle shape and some dimension. But the thing that I think sorts these two heifers, whenever you get this heifer in motion, you just like to set her back just ever so slightly in terms of her front end structure and change her how she moves out of her hock. But that's a very nice, high-quality heifer. The heifer that comes next, probably more moderate heifer of the three of this trio, one that's got a lot of brood cow potential and is pliable in terms of her movement. She's one that just needs to have some more grow and go. Thank you. To get around these two in class, but she's one that's got a lot of natural shape down low in terms of her lower third. She's practical. She's easy doing. She's just a good brood cow and a good female to lay in there. The heifer that comes next, if that's a striking female that I think gives you a heck of a good look. Whenever you're going, she's tight through her throat latch, good in her chest. She's straight line. She's one that you just like to maybe give her a little bit more natural rib shape and body to move her up. I think with some time and some feed and just developing that stuff, I think that can happen. I'd also like to just change her, and she gets a little sharp hock for me. The heifer that comes next is one that, again, is a big broody type female, has a lot of good length and dimension. She's one that you just like to change her into her hock. She just gets a little more upright in terms of her angle. She kind of labors a little bit out of those back two, but a good broody type female with some natural mass and power. The heifer that comes next, again, another one we see that's got a lot of cow power in her, one that's got some length and dimension, some natural shape. Today, it's on her back left. She seems a little sore and like she's got maybe some little foot rot or got a rock in it or some bruising. But I think that's a nice heifer with some muscle and dimension. Just like to see her out here with that foot right and see how she truly goes. The heifer that comes next, one that's, again, a good pattern type female. She's practical in her type and kind. She's functional. She gets a little plainer in terms of her throat latch or crest. And you'd like to tuck her up in her chin. As she gets on the go, she just kind of gets a little more upright in her pastern, and it makes her look like she hinges out of her hip. The heifer that comes next, long, lean, attractive female, just one that needs more of her. We'd like to maybe make her a little bigger bone and just be just more cow for her today in this class.
Well, congratulations, another great class of animals right there. Here's what the top four shook out right there. Caden Cumpule out of Shepherd, Montana with MS Bombshell. She's going to finish fourth. Third is going to be Leah Nelson out of Bonner, Montana with TCCL Gold Satin. Second is going to be Luke Peterson out of Cresswell, Oregon with Miss Honeyboo NO75. And your champion of that class, congratulations, Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana, bringing us Dwyer Honey Butter. We're going to roll right into class number 2, junior heifer calves, calved in February of 2025. We got Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah with TPHT Tarantula N454. What a name right there. And we got Harper Thorson out of Glendive, Montana, bringing us LRS Miss Rayleigh 512N. Class number 3, you guys will be on deck. That'll be Nia Lamb, Blake Rose, Wesley Schroeder, and another Wesley Schroeder. So if you guys can have it on your mind, we're going to be coming to you next.
as we get in this class of Simmental females, I think we're going to leave them as we brought them in. I think this heifer that starts the class is one that's extremely attractive through her front 1/3. She comes out very high at the top side of her shoulder into her poll. She's feminine in her type and kind. She's bold sprung. She's powerful. She's got some mass and foot and bone. She's one that whenever you get her on the move, she's athletic. She drops a little bit behind her shoulder, and she just gets a little looser made on the go. But I think as that thing develops and matures into a big bred, I think that's going to actually help her keep together and sound long term. I think that's a very nice heifer. One that I just like to lay down in her tail head a little bit. She gets that up and kind of cranks it some, but a very high quality female. The heifer that comes next, a big body, bold sprung type female. She just got with a class with one that's got a little more look and power and just a little more total cow in her. Very nice, high quality female. Just got outpowered in that class.
All righty, well, congratulations, guys. Second in that class is going to be Harper Thorson out of Glendive, Montana. And the champion of that class will be Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah. She's bringing us TPHT Tarantula N454. We're going to roll right into class number 3. That's going to be junior heifer calves, calved in January of 2025. We got a NILE Lamb out of Malta, Idaho, bringing us Ruby's Next Level. We got Blake Rose out of Sweet Home, not Alabama, but Oregon, with Rose N12. We got Wesley Schroeder out of Sequim, Washington, bringing us SV Glory 5031N. And we got Wesley Schroeder again out of Sequim, Washington, with SV American Woman. Once again, we'd like to thank some of our sponsors. Would not be possible without them. I want to thank our good friends down at Pine Coulee Bulls. These bulls are bred and tested for convenience, efficiency, and profit traits. Pine Coulee Bull Sale will be in March of every year at the Wagonbach Ranch in Hardin, Montana. They're going to be selling over 150 yearling bulls, and we want to thank Jim Stamford and John Carroll for the sponsorship. Couldn't do it without you. Also, we do want to thank our good friends down at Western Ranch Supply. Western Ranch Supply is serving the Big Sky country with quality and service that you can trust. Stop into their West End store, located just off the Shiloh exit. A complete farm and ranch store from vet supplies to show supplies or fencing to livestock equipment, saddles and tack, and a large clothing department. Thanks to Rob Erickson, Keith Robinson, and Shane Vandevort. They've got stores in Billings and Great Falls, and they also have a booth back here for all your last-minute show needs. If you've got anything that you forgot or need, they've got you covered. Would also like to thank our good friends down at the Montana Lottery. Every year, the Montana Lottery provides $2.25 million in scholarships for Montana students pursuing a STEM degree. Your ticket purchase helps fund these scholarships. They want to thank you for playing, and we want to thank you for your sponsorship.
as we get in this class of Simmental heifers, I think this is a very nice trio of heifers, but I think the red head over here, I think that's the one we got to start with. I think she's ultra feminine through her front end. She's got so much mass and just natural density and is so robust in terms of her natural rib and muscle shape. I think that's a very nice, high-quality female that's going to make a heck of a good cow for that young lady. I'm super impressed with how much natural width and actual skeletal width and pin width she has. She's one that gets around and goes, I think, good enough. I'd like to change her a little bit out of the way. She moves out of her hip and her hind leg. She just gets a little hingy on there and tighter. I think it's just because she's so heavy muscled and powerful. She just does that to keep her going. You'd like to lay her down in her tail head a little bit and maybe tuck her up in her chest, but that's a very high quality female for that young lady. The next two heifers that come, both heifers that are long, feminine up through their front 1/3. They give you a nice silhouette. I just think the young man's baldy heifer is one that's got a little more natural body shape from her heart, navel to her udder. She's one that whenever you get her in motion, I think she just trucks along as a little more athletic in her kind. You'd like to change her a little bit how she moves. She gets a little bit underneath herself and drops her pins, but I think a high-quality heifer. The heifer that comes next, again, is one that's a big outline, long-fronted female that's, I think, really good in terms of her chin and chest. She's got some shape. She's got some muscle. She's one that I just want to lay back in her skeletal angles off both ends that I think will just help her move freer and easier and give her just a little more natural punch whenever we get behind her. The heifer that comes next, one that's big, robust, powerful in her type and kind. She's just one that gets plainer and through her head and neck. You'd like to maybe just change her and free her up off her hind wheels, but one that's big, stout, and powerful, and will make a heck of a nice cow for this young man.
You betcha. Well, congratulations, guys. Here's how that shook out. Fourth is going to go to Blake Rose out of Sweet Home, Oregon. Third is going to go to Wesley Schroeder out of Sequim, Washington. Second is going to be, again, Wesley Schroeder out of Sequim, Washington with SB Glory 5031N. And congratulations to the champion of that class will be NILE out of Malta, Idaho with Ruby's Next Level. Next, we're going to roll in for the division drive right here, figure out who's going to be our champion junior heifer camp and who's going to be our reserve. We'd also like to thank one of our good friends down at World West of Joliet, Montana, a custom bull collective service with the experience many have come to trust. Thanks to Scott and Andrea Spickard for your sponsorship. We couldn't do it without you.
As we get out here for calf division, I think this is a highly competitive group of females, and I think it's just quite impressive after we get our class champions and second place heifers back out here. I think these are all heifers that are extremely high quality. They're going to make fantastic cows for these young people. As we go through here and we look at them, I'm going to go through and talk them and just kind of show you how I see them and kind of where I lay with it. The white face heifer, as we get out here again, one that her silhouette's absolutely beautiful. I think she's high tying. She's attractive with that white face. She's one that balances well. She's got some foot and bone and some natural mass and volume, and has a very good silhouette again, especially whenever you come through her chest and her lower third. She's one that whenever you get her on the move, I think you'd like to change how she's constructed up front. I think she gets in at her knee and she kind of throws them and paddles them a little bit whenever you see her coming at you. You'd like to level her out through her hooks and pins, but I think, again, a very high-quality female. The heifer that comes next, I think one that I guess I really don't know in terms of these cattle, if they're purebreds or not, but I think a high-quality female that, again, she's big. She's got a lot of frame. She's got a nice, smooth muscle pattern. She's one that I really like the way she moves out of her hind leg for a Simmental. She just gives you a really good breeding cattle look. One that I guess when you really would like to change, you'd like to just change her. She just turns out just a little bit up front and gets a little bit in her knee, but I think it's acceptable. I think it's one that as she comes at you, I think she moves and goes. Again, a very nice individual. The heifer that comes next, as I said in class, super athletic, super loose built. Almost you'd like to almost tighten her up just a little bit, just the way she moves. She's so loose, which I think is a good thing for projecting into next summer and this time next year. I think she's one, if you keep her lean, has a lot of good things and a bright future. One that's good in terms of her silhouette. You'd like to change her in terms of her chest a little bit. Another one that just toes out a little bit whenever you get in front. You just like to kind of roll that around, maybe with some foot trimming you could do that. Gets a little higher in terms of her tail hand, but a very nice female that's athletic and good built and has a lot of good things to her. The red heifer, again, as I said in class, one that's stout, dense, and robust in terms of her type and kind. One that's going to make a heck of a nice show heifer, and a heck of a, I think, an even better cow. One that you'd like to pull her into her chest a little bit, maybe freshen her up in terms of that. As of right now, lay her into her tail head, and maybe free her up out of her hind leg. But a very nice redhead, and that's a very good cow prospect. So as we go back out here, I'm going to go and pick your champions and reserves. There's some different things I got to look at and prioritize and kind of sort out where I'm at with it. But I think it's truthfully a 3-horse race. I just kind of have to pick and choose kind of where I lay with it. But again, a very nice set of cattle for these young exhibitors. Please give these kids a round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Our reserve champion junior heifer calf is going to go to Kayleen Cahoon out of Charlotte, Montana with Catalypso 37 NET. Congratulations. And a big congratulations to our champion junior heifer calf staying right here in Montana, Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana, bringing us Dwyer Honey Butter. Congratulations, guys, on a job well done right there. Let's go to Class 5. This is going to be early senior heifer calves, calved September 1st to October 31st. We're going to start it off with Jake Peterson out of Cresswell, Oregon, bringing us CSTF Rita M084. And we're going to have Bennett Rep out of Sprague, Washington with Miss Spice's Lover Girl. And then we're going to have Allie Sorensen out of Utah with Queen of Hearts. And then we're going to have Grace Thornton out of Glendive, Montana with LRS Miss Reba 4154M. Also, just a friendly reminder, if you've got loved ones at home that couldn't make it today, they're more than welcome to watch live from home at ringsidelive.co. Again, if you can't make it, we are going to be streaming this live all day at ringsidelive.co. We want to thank KR Roush and Wilson Trailers as well. Wilson is the manufacturer of quality livestock grain flatbeds, drop decks, self-unloading belt conveyor, and gooseneck livestock trailers. KR Roush Company determined 47 years ago that the Wilson trailer brand was the best quality and had better performance, durability, and value than any other brand trailer they've seen run through their repair facility. Proudly sponsoring the NILE Top Herdsman Trailer Award. Tell you what, I looked that trailer over yesterday, and it is fancy, fancy, fancy. It's right out front there if you want to go have a look at it. Special thanks to KR Roush and Wilson Trailers for their sponsorship.
As we get out here in this class of females, I think these two heifers are very, very high quality. I think they're presented to a T. They're going to make very, very high quality cows. But I think it's just structural integrity that sorts the pair. When I get out here and I look at this heifer, she's practical, she's soft, she's got some natural mass and power. When you get on her and you see her move from whenever she's coming at you or when she's going away, I think she's the square of the two. I think she's better in terms of the way she lays down into her point of her shoulder and her neck. Will she reach and kind of go and drop her pins a little bit? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say she doesn't do that. But I think in terms of just being one that's collectively looser and more athletic in her type and kind, I think that's what sorts her in this class. The heifer that comes next, the white-faced female, one that I love her on the stand. I love her look. I love her power. I love just the way she balances up. She's one, though, but when you walk in front of her, she gets a little more upright and steeper in terms of her slope of her shoulder. Especially when you get on that left side, the young man's done a very nice job trying to show it out of her. She just gets a little more upright on her left front, and whenever she gets moving away from you, she gets outside of herself and her skeleton just because she needs freed up off those back two. The heifer that comes next, a big, bold, broody type female that's got some density and power. She's one that just gets a little plainer in terms of her head or neck. She gets a little bit over conditioned for me, but one that I'd like to just, I guess, change her hock a little bit. She gets just a skosh sharp for me, and I think that would free her up and ease her up whenever she gets in motion. The young man's heifer next, the white-faced heifer, she's one that's just a little smaller in terms of her shape and just overall size of the other heifers that are in the class. One that's bold and has some power, just needs to get freed up and loosened up in her ankle. Just a nice female for that young man.
Well, congratulations. Our reserve champion senior heifer calf will go to Jake Peterson out of Cresswell, Oregon, bringing us CSTF Rita M84. M084 rather, and congratulations to our champion senior heifer calf. That's going to go to Allie Sorensen out of Utah, bringing us Queen of Hearts. Congratulations, guys, on a great fin of heifers right there. We're going to go to class number 6 here. That's going to be late summer heifers cap, July 1st to August 31st. And we got Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana, bringing us Sidbar Roho, I think that's Roho, M429.
as we get this red baldy heifer out here, I think she's one that you have to really appreciate for a type and kind and just being a very nice brood cow type female. She's one that is attractive through her front 1/3, is massive whenever you get behind her, and has a lot of natural true shape. She's one that I really appreciate her how she moves out of her front end, but one that whenever she goes away from you, she starts kind of getting outside of herself. She starts kind of pounding into the ground. You'd like to level her through her hip, through her hooks and pins and lay her down in her tail head. Very nice, high-quality female. I just would like to change her and free her up off those back, too.
You betcha. Just a whale of a good heifer right there. Congratulations, Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana. She will win that class. Yep, with Sid Barr, Roja M429. That is going to be your champion intermediate female. Congratulations on a very nice heifer right there. We're going to move to class number 8, April yearling heifers, calved in April 24. We got Tanner Vanek out of Lewistown, Montana, bringing us TJV, Sisters Fancy, Lass M1. And then we got Peyton Weagle out of Stevensville, Montana, bringing us Ziggy.
As we get out here in this class of females, I really think both these are very nice heifers. I think they have a lot of good to them. The heifer that I start off the class with, I appreciate that heifer just for her flexibility. her looseness of skeleton, her basic build. There's so much mass. There's so much density. She's so genuine out of the backside of her shoulder into her heart and forerib. She's got a lot of natural rib shape up high and down low. When you get behind her, she's got shape up, again, up high and down low. She's long, level. I just really like when that thing gets in motion. She's feminine in her type and kind. Is she the freakiest necked or the wildest looking thing in the world? Probably not. But in terms of just true practicality and functionality of show cattle, I really like that heifer. Would like to tuck her up in her chest a little bit, but I like her condition. I like how lean she is and just how genuine she is as a female. The heifer that comes next, again, one that's super attractive. I love her balance from the side. She's level through her top line. She's one that everything just kind of matches whenever you start looking at her. But it's one of those things, when you get her in motion, is where you'd like to change her. You like to level her out of her tail head. Whenever you just see her, she gets a little short strident, and she just needs loosened up in terms of her hip. But I think a very high-quality female to round off that class.
Well, congratulations on a good pin of heifers right there. Second in that class is going to be Tanner Vanek out of Lewistown, Montana, with TJV, Sisters Fancy Lass, M1. And the winner of the class, congratulations, will be Peyton Wiggle out of Stevensville, Montana, bringing us Ziggy. We're going to roll right into class number 9. That's going to be March Yearling Heifers calved in March of 24. We're going to start it with Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana, bringing us Sid Bar Jayla, M41. We got Gracie Earl out of Collinston, Utah, bringing us Boy Flirt Away, M427. We got Ava McKay coming out of Sprague, Washington, bringing us TPHT Cool Kitty, M12B. Then we got Dylan Clark out of Shelby, Montana, bringing us LDH 49K Bernadette 4M. Class 10, you guys will be on deck. That'll be Briley Rogers out of Casper, Shale Roberts out of Absorki, and Kylie Zentz out of Miles City. We're going to be coming to you guys next.
as we get out here in this class of Simmental females, I chose to start with the lady with the purple shirt. I think this is a big, stout, rugged type of female that's got just a lot of natural mass and power. I'm going to come out here and I'm just going to say I think she's the freshest in the class. I think she's leaner in terms of the side of her neck, which actually helps her move and move better than the rest in the class, and I think that's what sorts it. I think she's more athletic in terms of her basic build. She utilizes her front end and hind leg in a more athletic manner. That's just a very nice heifer to start this class. The heifer that comes next, huge bodied, a ton of natural shape, one that's looks like a really nice brood cow. She's one of those that she just gets a little heavier condition for me today. She gets a little out in her chest, and I think with her being heavier condition, whenever she gets on the go, it kind of puts her in pieces. So I think like if we can get that collectively together and get her moving and trucking along, I think that helps that heifer out a lot. The heifer that comes next, again, another one that's stout, bold, has a lot of natural shape and power. She's one that just gets a little full for us today. She gets a little up in her top. She gets a little higher in terms of her tail head. And whenever you get her to move, she kind of overreaches and drops her pins. So she gets underneath herself when she gets on the move, which part of that might be just being so full and tighter in her loin. The heifer that rides out the class, one that's got a lot of natural shape and dimension in terms of her overall rib shape. One that just gets a little heavier for me. She starts paddling out of her front end and gets out of herself whenever she goes away from you. Very nice female for that young man.
Well, congratulations. Second in that class goes to Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana, with Sid Barr, Jayla, M41. And the winner of that class will be Gracie Earl out of Collinston, Utah, with Boy Flirt Away, M427. Good job, guys. We're going to go to Class 10, February yearling heifers calved in February of 2024. It's going to be Briley Rogers out of Casper, Wyoming, bringing Holt MS Molly 402M. And then Cale Roberts out of Absorki, Montana, is bringing us Dwyer RSF Miss Honey. And then we got Kylie Zentz out of Miles City, Montana, bringing us Miss 4962M. Class 11, you guys will be on deck. That'll be Arabella Baines and Kaylee Salachi and Harley Gillard. We're going to be coming to you guys next.
as we get these cattle out here, I think this is a very, very nice pair of heifers to start this class. I'm going to start with a white-faced heifer. I think she's so fresh. That's what I really like about her. She's fresh. She's attractive through her front 1/3. She's got a ton of brood cow look to her. Whenever you get her parked like this, I think you just have to really appreciate how she balances up and comes together. When she gets in motion, I think she gets out and goes. I think it's plenty good enough, and it's one that she's just attractive in her type and kind. Again, I think the freshness factor, I think her build and her silhouette, I think that's a very nice female to start the class. The heifer that comes next, one that's super powerful. You get on this thing, she's big boned, she's big legged, she's got a lot of natural dimension when you get behind her. I think just one that has a ton of shape. She gets a little past 12 o'clock for me today. I love her whenever you get her in motion. I think she gets out and goes. I think she struggles just a little bit, just being a little heavier condition whenever you get behind her. But I think that's a very nice heifer to lay in the second. The heifer that comes next is a big outline, big frame female that's got a lot of natural just density and power. She's one that you just like to maybe extend her through her front 1/3. Make her just a skosh more feminine whenever you get her on the go and just free her up off both ends.
Well, congratulations right there. Second in that class is going to be Briley Rogers out of Casper, Wyoming with Holt MS Molly 402 MET. And the champion of that class, congratulations, is Cale Roberts out of Absorkey, Montana, bringing us Dwyer RSF Miss Honey. Next, we're going to roll into Class 11. This is going to be January yearling heifers calved in January of 2024. We got Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us RJPF Rita M513. And we got Kaylee Salachi out of Brownsville, Oregon, bringing us Grizz. And Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana, bringing us JSUL O My Reba 4155M.
As we get out here in this class, I think this is an extremely highly set of females, Simmental females, but I think a logical place to start is this black heifer. One that's so massive, so three-dimensional whenever you really get on her. She's just got so much natural just cow there. Whenever you get her in motion, she doesn't disappoint you for as much as she is and is, again, much natural shape and power and just animal there is. I think she gets out and goes very well. I think she's one of those that I'd like to maybe lengthen her up just a little bit from the point of her shoulder to her pole, but I think there's just so much cow there. She's so dimensional at every angle you look at. She's square. She's good built. Place you guys got to start. The next heifer that comes up to us, the red heifer, one that's so, again, bold and has a lot of natural shape. I love her when you get her on the go. She's so level and straight out of the backside of her shoulder into her loin. She gets a little higher in terms of her tail head, a little out in terms of her chest, but one that's a very high-quality female that I really like whenever you get her out and go. The heifer that comes next, a big three-dimensional type of heifer, big in terms of her frame. She's one that whenever you get her in motion, she gets up in her top, she gets out in her chest, and you just like to free her up off her back too.
Well, congratulations. Second place goes to Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana with JSUL Omiriba 4155M. And congratulations to the class winner. That's going to be Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us RJPF Rita M513. Congratulations. Next, we're going to roll through to figure out who's going to be the division champion and the reserve champion.
as we get these cattle out here for division. I think a very, very impressive set of cattle on all your champions and all your seconds and classes. I think the cattle that you really have to appreciate for their type and kind. When you get them out here, there's differences in terms of freshness. There's differences in terms of just how much actual cattle are out there, in terms of like density and power and all that. So I think as we get back out here, we kind of have to look at a few things and just kind of sort it out on quality and kind of where we're at in general. I think whenever we start off with this class winner, one that I said in class, I think she's just so flexible, so much natural athleticism when we get in here. She's got a lot of natural shape and power. But whenever you get her back out here, is there enough cow there compared to her comparably to her contemporaries? Is there enough there? That's a question that we have to look at. But I think a highly athletic, highly good built type female that we just like to tuck in her chest just a little bit. The heifer that comes next, one that's big, bold, and has a lot of just natural density and power. She's one that as we get out here, is she as athletic as a handful of these out here? That's the question mark. Would you like to see her move a little bit better off those back two? Absolutely. But I think a high-quality female that gives you a very nice look from the side. The white face heifer, whenever you get her out here, she's one that's super elegant through her front end, gives you a really nice cow power look. Does she win the freshman's game? Absolutely. I think that's one of the freshest female out here that just gives you a heck of a good look from the side. She's got enough power to her. And as you get her go, you'd like to change her just a little bit off them back two, but I think that's a highly, highly nice female. The heifer that comes out of the last class, one that's just powerful, has so much there. There's so much natural rib shape and body and has a beautiful silhouette. When you get behind her, she's so square and true off both ends. She's one that you love her from every angle. You look at her, yeah, would you like to freshen her up just a little bit? Yes, I think so. I think you'd like to trim her up her crest a little bit. But when you get on that cow and that heifer, there's just so much to her. That's a very highly competitive female. I'm going to come out here. I'm going to go through your champions and second place again. I'm going to make this decision. Would everybody please give these exhibitors a round of applause?
Well, congratulations. Your reserve champion junior female will go to Cale Roberts out of Absaroka, Montana with Dwyer RSF, Miss Honey. And congratulations to our champion junior female. That's going to be Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us RJPF Rita M513. Congratulations, guys, on a great set of heifers right there. Now we're going to do the final drive and figure out who is going to be our grand champion and our reserve grand champion. All righty, we've got Quentin Harwood with Dwyer Honey Butter out of Geyser, Montana. Allie Sorensen with Queen of Hearts out of Spanish Forks, Utah. Harley Gillard out of Sid Bar, Roja M429 out of Stevensville, Montana. We got Arabella Baines with RJPF Rita M513 out of Deweyville, Utah. We've got Kayleen Cahoon with Catalypso 37 NET out of Charlotte, Montana. And we got Jake Peterson with CSTF Rita M084 out of Creswell, Oregon. We got Cale Roberts with Dwyer RSF Miss Honey out of Abazorki, Montana.
As we get these cattle back out here for a championship drive, I think it's extremely impressive what we have up here and what we've came up with. I'm to be 100% honest with you, I'm extremely impressed with the show from start to finish, and from class to class. I think it's just an impressive set of cattle. I think it's one of those things. We got a very, very nice set. We have cattle that have a lot of future. That'll down the road, I think, are just going to keep getting better and better. And then we have some that are nearing their finish that I think are extremely impressive as well. I'm not going to go through and talk every one of these again. We've talked them in class. We've talked them in division. I just would like to, I guess, make sure and give these juniors a round of applause for how impressive these cattle are, because they are. As we come back out here, I think you just kind of have to sort out kind of where you want to prioritize and where it is. And again, I think there's a very impressive set of calves. There's impressive fallborns and all the way through. But I think it's an extreme challenge to keep some of these big cattle together and keep them fresh, keep them good structured and good built. And we're going to go out here, and I'm going to pick your champion in reserve. Again, please give these kids a round of applause.
Well, congratulations. I mean to tell you, that's stacked with talent right there. Our reserve grand champion female is going to go to Cale Roberts out of Abzorki, Montana with Dwyer RSF Miss Honey. And congratulations, our grand champion female goes to Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah with RJPF Rita M513. Congratulations, guys, on a tremendous class of heifers right there. We're going to move into Class 16. These are going to be bull calves born March 1st, 2025 and after. Once again, we've got Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us TPHT Testify N451. We got Jonna McCullough out of Fort Benton, Montana, TSR Shell Shock 519M. We got McKenna Galloway out of Springfield, Oregon, with McKenna's father figure.
As we get into our Simmental bull show, I'm going to leave them as they came in. I think the bull we got to start with is the start or the bull that we lead off the class with, one that comes out so high out of his front end. He balances so well. I like how he transitions into his shape and his silhouette. I like his body length. I like how whenever you get him out and go, he's so athletic and free, easy moving. I think that's a great thing as we're trying to raise some of these Simmental bulls for the next generation and what that breed needs. Now, if you're going to tell me you would like to see him pulled apart and have a little more natural muscle shape, absolutely. I think that's one thing that I'd like to see. But I think that thing's so smooth built and good gated and one that just moves so well, you got to start with him. The bull that comes next is one that's a combination bull. He gives you a nice look from the side. He runs downhill a little bit for me. He's one that gets a little plainer in terms of his jaw and his chest. He's one that's got some natural shape and dimension. Just one that I think you need to like tighten and tidy some of that stuff up to move him up to be competitive with that bull that we start off with. The bull that comes next is the most powerful and most rugged built bull in the class. He's one that you just like to free him up off both ends of his skeleton, but you really have to appreciate his growth and performance.
All righty, well, second in the class goes to John McCullough out of Fort Benton, Montana, bringing us TSR Shell Shock 519N. And the winner of the class, congratulations, is going to be Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us TPHT Testify N451. Congratulations on a great set of bulls right there. We're going to move into Class 17. These are going to be bull calves that are born on January 1st through February 28th of 2025. It's going to be Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana, bringing us Canes Double Shot 39N.
As we get into the second class of Simmental bulls, I think a very high quality individual that's come out to us. He's very extended through his front 130, comes out high out of the top side of his shoulder. He comes back into a good sweeping body cage. And then whenever you get behind him and in front of him, he's got a lot of genuine width and power and dimension. I really like that calf. I think he's rugged in his build. He's masculine. He's got some feature to him. I think as you study this calf and you just kind of study where he's at, you'd like to maybe square him up front and maybe just let him reach and be a little more fluid in terms of his hind leg. But with that much mass, that much power, that's what might change that just a little bit, but a very nice bull.
You betcha, nice bull there, young man. That's Quentin Harwood. He's going to win the class out of Geyser, Montana with Canes Double Shot 39N. All right, we're going to bring these last ones back in here to figure out who's the division champion. Class 21, Leah Nelson, you'll be on deck. If we could get the junior Simmental showmen to start working their way to the ring, we'd greatly appreciate that. Again, the junior Simmental showmen, if you could start working your way to the ring, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
I think as we get back out here in this champion calf division of the Simmental Bull Show, I think, as I said in their classes, I think both these class winners vary in their type and kind. You have to kind of really prioritize, and I guess this is how I'm going to sort it out, and like how I guess how my logic is. As we go in this class winner, out of the first class. Again, one I told you, I think it does a lot of interesting, neat things for this breed. Again, we don't know if these things are half-bloods or purebreds, and I guess it doesn't really matter because they show together. But for this breed, I think that's one that does some unique things. I think just in terms of the way he moves and his basic build and his structure, how elegant and masculine he is in terms of just his overall look, I think that's a bull that gives you a really nice presence and show look to him. The question is there enough of him? Is there enough natural mass and spread up high and down low for this for a bull show? And I think there is. I think that he's one that You just have to know what kind of cows to breed him on and how you're going to utilize him. But I think in terms of his basic build, I think that's a very nice calf. You just maybe like to crack him open and give him a little bit more natural shape if we're getting critical. As we get into this next bull, I think that's your big stout power bull. That's your rugged bull that's got just a lot of genuine shape and performance and foot and bone and mass and power. When you kind of go through and you look at this bull, like you'd like to maybe sharpen him up through his front 1/3, tighten him up through his chin and chest. And again, there's a few things structurally I'd like to change on him that I think would just maybe free him and easy him up. I'd like to square him up front on those front two and maybe just make him a little more athletic off those back two. But with him being so stout and robust in terms of his muscle shape and power, I think you have to appreciate both these bulls a lot for what they do for the breed and how you can utilize them in a breeding program. I think you just have to go out here again. You have to say, would you rather have the power bull? Would you rather have the bull that's maybe a little bit better in terms of his basic build? And I think you have to just go that. And I guess in terms of breeding cattle, you have to know what your cattle are and what they need. And I think both these can be utilized. I think this is a very nice set of bulls. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause. I think all three of these bulls are bulls that can be utilized in a program and be successful for these breeders. I'm going to go out here and pick your champion reserve.
Well, congratulations on a great pin of bulls right there. Your reserve spring calf champion is going to be Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana, showing us Canes double shot 39N. And your spring calf champion is going to be Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us TPHT Testify N451. Congratulations, guys, on a great pin of bulls right there. This is going to be Class 21 Summer Yearling Bulls born May 1st through June 30th of 2024. It's going to be Leah Nelson out of Bonner, Montana, bringing us MW Montana's Red Bentel.
as we get into this bigger bull class, I think this is a high quality red bull that's extremely long, comes extremely high out of the top side of his shoulder. He's one that's got some mass and power and dimension whenever you get on top of him. He's rugged in his build. I think he's good in terms of his front end structure. When you get him on the go, I think you'd like to level him out just a little bit from his hooks to his pins, but I think that's one that gets out and go and is a good high quality bull. I look forward to getting him out with his contemporaries as we go into our champion bull drive.
Well, congratulations, Leah Nelson from Bonner, Montana, bringing us the good bull, MW Montana's Red Bentley. You're going to be our yearling champion right there. Let's go to class 24.
As we get back out here for our junior bull show, again, the numbers weren't high, but I think the quality was. I think it's one of those things. We got some different types and kinds. I think there was a lot of quality again on all the cattle that we saw in the bull show. I think you just again, and I talked this in that first division. You got to really prioritize where you're at, what kind of cattle you need to use, and just sort out true quality. And the ones I guess that if you were going into your program, what would you want to breed in, and what would you want to put in some different things and utilize these bulls in different ways? Because again, all the way these cattle are, we can't blanket and breed everything anymore. We have to kind of to excel the quality, we have to use them in different ways, and I guess just breed for breed, where are they going to be best utilized, and change these into the type of cattle we want to be. We talk these cattle in class. I'm not going to go through and talk them again. I think there's a quality set of bulls out here. I think, again, they can be utilized in different ways. I'm going to go out here and I'm going to pick the two I like best. Would everyone please give these kids a round of applause?
Alrighty, your reserve champion Simmental bull goes to Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana with Canes, double shot 39N. And your grand champion Simmental bull, congratulations, goes to Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us TPHT Testify N451. Congratulations, guys, on a whale of a set of bulls right there. Let's go to Class 24. This is going to be junior showmanship. These ages are 8 through 14. We're going to have Keelan Cahoon out of Charlotte, Montana, bringing us Calypso. And then we've got Luke Peterson out of Cresswell, Oregon. Harper Thorson out of Glendive, Montana. Blake Rose out of Sweet Home, Oregon. Bennett Rep out of Sprague, Washington. Peyton Wiggle out of Stevensville, Montana. Ava McKay out of Sprague, Washington. Briley Rogers out of Casper, Wyoming. And Kaylee Salachi out of Brownsville, Oregon. And everybody who's entered in the senior showmanship, you guys will be on deck. We're going to be coming to you guys next. Senior showmanship, if you're entered in that, please do be thinking about it. Once again, we'd like to thank a bunch of our sponsors here. Transova Genetics is the industry leader in advanced reproductive technologies, including embryo transfer, in vitro fertilization, sex-sorted semen, as well as genetic preservation and cloning services. With more than 36 years of experience, Transova Genetics is the best partner to equip you with the tools you need to achieve your breeding goals. Also like to thank Origin. Origin breeder-to-breeder genetics services, the first and largest genetics company founded and operated by beef cattlemen for beef cattlemen. One stop for customer semen collection, sex sorting of semen, and sales of semen, featuring the #1 Angus sire of progeny registered for the past 3 consecutive years and 4 of the past 5 years. Thanks for coming on board with us. Would also like to thank Biozyme and VitaFirm. Make sure to provide the best quality and vitamin mineral supplement for your herd with the VitaFirm line. Powered by Amifirm, a prebiotic proven to increase intake, digestion, and absorption. VitaFirm is proud to sponsor this year's NILE. Would also like to thank our good friends down at Tri-State Livestock News. Tri-State Livestock News is the leading industry livestock publication in the upper Midwest, over 60 years strong. Published every Saturday, Tri-State Livestock News provides timely agribusiness news, rodeo updates, livestock market reports, and community event coverage in a 9-state region. Visit us online at tsln.com. Would also like to thank our friends down at Northern Ag Network, KGHL. NILE Stock Show is brought to you by the flagship station of the Northern Ag Network, home of award-winning farm broadcasters like Taylor Brown, Coulter Brown, Andy Schwab, and Colton Young. Find them on AM 790 KGHL and 94.7 FM. And once again, if you've got a loved one at home that couldn't make it, they're more than welcome to watch this live. We're going to be streaming live all day. So if you want to watch it from home, it will be at ringsidelive.co. Again, that's ringsidelive.co. We'd also like to thank Next Level Images from Mount Pleasant, Texas. They're our exclusive photographer here at the NILE Stock Show. You guys can find them at www.nextlevelimages.com. If you got any questions or special requests, they will be here all week. Make sure to get with them for all your picture needs. And also another friendly reminder to all of our Grand and Reserve champions, please remember to visit the livestock office in the expo to pick up your champion jackets and vest. And special thanks to our friend down at Scott down at Dalio Western Wear for embroidering these awards. If you guys want to get any of your NILE stock show and rodeo apparel, they are located in the back corner just directly behind the show ring here. They've got you covered, whether it be a sweatshirt, vest, coat, all your NILE stock show apparel and needs. If you can dream it, they can make it right there. Go check them out at the Dalio Western Wear booth directly behind us.
as we get back out here in this junior showmanship class. I don't want to take too much time. I know these cattle are getting tired, and we still have the open show too, so I'm gonna keep it short. But as I'm very impressed with you guys as young people. I made you work some stuff. I lined you up. I wanted to see kind of how you worked and transitioned and withheld your composure, which I think you guys did a great job. A lot of you guys, I always like pulling people out and seeing how they all adapt and work because I don't want kids to quit. I grew up in my former profession was working with kids constantly, being an ag teacher. So I like that grit. I like that fire. I like the kids at work. I think all of you guys did a very nice job leading your animals, transitioning, keeping your posture, keeping your composure. As I pulled these things out, I think these three young ladies have done a very, very nice job all day. I think they did a great job out here. I'm going to line them up the way, I lined them up the way I want them. In terms of champion and reserve. I think all these kids did a very, very high-quality job. They kept their composure, and they were seamless in getting their cattle stuck from start to finish, and they always get the most out of them. So this young lady will be your champion. This one will be your reserve. This will be your third.
Congratulations, man. I tell you what, a lot of stiff competition right there. Congratulations to your junior showmanship reserve champion is going to be Peyton Wiggle out of Stevensville, Montana. And your junior showmanship champion today will be Keelan Cahoon out of Charlotte, Montana. Congratulations, guys, on a job well done, rather. Let's go to Class 25. This is going to be senior showmanship. These ages are from 15 to 21. So we're going to have Leah Nelson out of Bonner, Montana. Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana. Megan Otis out of Immigrant, Montana. Grace Thorson out of Glendive, Montana. Tanner Vennick out of Lewistown, Montana. Arabella Baines out of Deweyville, Utah. We got Gracie Earl out of Collinston, Utah. Chloe Burton out of Deweyville, Utah. Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana. Jake Peterson out of Creswell, Oregon. Kylie Zentz out of Miles City, Montana. And Wesley Schroeder out of Sequim, Washington. Also, guys, if you look around the arena, we've got a lot of great sponsors, and it would not be possible without them. We want to thank Hemptana, C&B Operations. They got you covered for all your John Deere needs, whether that be the construction side, the agriculture side, all the way down to a Gator side-by-side or a zero-turn lawnmower. They can have you covered all the way. Also, Intermountain Heating and Air Conditioning. I tell you what, probably not going to need air conditioning right now, but you're darn sure going to want to have some heating as it's snowing outside. So go ahead and give them a call for all your needs. That's 406-449-4567. Also, we want to thank Rand's Custom Hats. Whether you're wanting to buy a new one and get fresh for the show, or you want to get your old one spiffed up, reshaped, either way, they've got you covered just right down the road. We also want to thank Axiota Animal Health. Appreciate your sponsorship. Humana, Montana Lottery. We already talked about that scholarships they give away. We really appreciate that. VitaFirm, Coors Light, RCIS, HB Feeds out of Roundup, Western Ranch Supply, I tell you what, they got a booth just directly behind the ring. If you need any last-minute supplies, they've got you covered. Also, special thanks to Stockman Bank. Tell you what, you can't be in the cattle industry without a good banker. Pine Coulee Bulls LLC, they do have a bull sale every March down in Hardin, and they got some great bulls down there. If that's something you're wanting to fit into your program, certainly look those guys up. Agribest Feeds, they got the booth just directly behind there. Go ahead and visit with those guys about all your needs there. We also have Transova Genetics. Thanks for your sponsorship, and Stock Show Secrets as well. Also, we do have a full trade show here and in the bottom of the Metro. So if you guys are out and about, do check those guys out. A lot of these guys are great sponsors. Couldn't do it without them. So we do have a lot of great products there and a lot of knowledgeable people. So go ahead and check them out and visit with them. We also do have some great food vendors as well outside. So if you're hungry, check them out. It is about lunchtime. We also got a great coffee booth right behind there. I know I've certainly been visiting that a lot, and it gives you the real good pep in the step that you need. So check them out as well. Also, thanks to our good friends at Next Level Images. They are the official photographer for the NILE Stock Show. They got all your picture needs. If you guys want to check them out at www.nextlevelimages.com. And also, if you've got loved ones at home that weren't able to make it, that we are going to be streaming this live, all the shows, so you can watch that live from home at ringsidelive.co. Again, that's ringsidelive.co.
As we get out here in our senior division, um, I think it's a very, very high quality set of showmen. I think you guys have transitioned well. I think just watching little things, and that's what, as you get to this level, it's the little details, the transitions, using your show stick. As I worked around them, like how smooth and transitional you were, keeping your composure, even if your cast maybe not acting the best or getting a shot tired, and still giving me a great look from all angles. As we get out here, I think there's 2 or 3 of them that I think are kind of sorted themselves at the top. I really like their posture. I like, again, their composure and the look that they give you with their cattle. They don't get flustered when stuff's maybe not going great. They're keeping it together, and they're always giving you a good look. So I'm going to go out here. I'm going to pick your, I think it's top 2, but I'm probably going to go ahead and pick your top 3 of cattle that I just think have done, or kids that have done a very, very good job. And here, and I've noticed some things throughout the day. I think these kids are doing a great job. I'm going to go out here and pick your top 3.
All righty, congratulations. Your senior showmanship reserve champion will be Chloe Burton out of Deweyville, Utah. And your senior showmanship champion, congratulations, goes to Jake Peterson out of Cresswell, Oregon. How about a big round of applause for those guys in a tough class right there? That will conclude that. We are going to roll into the Open. Before we do so, how about we give our judge a good round of applause for sharing all his knowledge and doing a good job for us. And we also are going to take a picture break before we go into the Open. Once again, thanks to our judge, Colton Prescott, for doing a good job for us. If we could get all champions and reserves over to the picture spot, we are going to do that before we kick off the Open. So all champions and reserves, if you'd go over and get your picture taken, we would greatly appreciate that. And after we're done with that, we will kick off the Open. Thanks. good? All right, we're going to roll into class number 1. That's going to be junior heifer calves, calved March 1st of 2025 and after. We're going to start the open Simmental show right now. So we got Keeling Cahoon out of Charlotte, Montana, bringing us Catalypso 37 NET. We got Top Hat Farms out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us TPHT Mambo N455. And then we got another entry by Top Hat Farms with TPHT Indigo N43. We got Jonna McCullough from Fort Benton, Montana with TSR Natalie 505N. We got another entry by Jonna McCullough out of Fort Benton with TSR Natasha 543N. We got Glenn Cattleco out of Missoula, Montana, bringing us Dwyer Beauty Secret 506N. We got Bromashank Farms right here in Billings, Montana with Dream Girl N13. We got another entry by Glenn Cattleco out of Missoula, Montana with TCCL Gold Satin. And we got Caden Cumpula out of Shepherd, Montana with MS Bombshell. Today's judge for the open show is John McCurry. John McCurry owns and manages McCurry Angus Ranch with his wife Melody and 2 daughters, Aubrey, Molly, and son Drew. McCurry Angus Ranch is purebred Angus and commercial cow-calf operation that's striving to produce bulls for their annual bull sale in March. Well, they will market 200 Angus bulls throughout the annual bull sale and private treaty. John attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University on a livestock judging scholarship and was a member of the Reserve National Champion Senior College team in 2003. John and his family raised and showed the National Junior Angus Show champion female in 2003, reserve female in 2004, and the champion bred and owned bull in 2005. John served on the National Junior Angus Board from 2001 to 2003. John is a true believer in junior livestock associations and accredits it for much of his success in his own life. John is very proud that his family was awarded the 2015 Beef Improvement Federation Seed Stock Producer of the Year, 2016 Champion Angus Heifer Pen Show at the National Western Stock Show, and 2017 Reserve Champion Angus Heifer Pen Show at the National Western Stock Show. A very proud highlight recently is being named the 2023 American Angus Association Young Breeder of the Year. John has judged shows at all levels, including multiple breeds of national junior shows, American Royal, the NAILE in Louisville, Fort Worth, and San Antonio. John's love in life is to evaluate cattle and help encourage the next generation of ag enthusiasts to get involved and pursue the desire to carry the ag industry forward. So join me in welcoming John McCurry.
What an incredible way to get our day started here in this class, Simmental heifer calves, and deep all the way down, guys. I think it's just a matter of management and growth curves. It separates a lot of these things today, but don't discredit any of these cattle. If you have the opportunity to ask the breeders about them, I sure would entice you to do so. But there's just one heifer in this class that I think excels and dominates. I think just from a ladylike feature and a substance, soundness in terms of her skeletal design, that needs to surface to the top pretty handily in my mind. I think from her shoulders forward, she's just so long and elevated and elegant right there about her head and the shape and design of her neck. I love her in terms of her top line, the squareness out of her hip, and structure sorts a lot of these cattle, and I think she's the one that's easily the neatest and truest in terms of her skeletal design and gets out and goes with the most ease. A little bit of upgrade in terms of size and length in the heifer that's in two. Really extended in terms of her kind. I'd probably like to blow that one apart just a little bit in terms of her internal mass and dimension. Give her a little bit more right there in her forerib and her heart, and just get that progressively wider from there back. And that'd be where I'd change that one relative to her added scale. Take nothing away from her in terms of a pattern and balance and design standpoint, because that one's awful good looking and intriguing here from the standstill. But again, if I could just change that one, I'd make her more three-dimensional in terms of her shape and design. The next pair of heifers have that. They're bolder in their rib, they're deeper in their side, but these females are a little more moderate in terms of the type and kind, and I don't mind that for my environment. I know we give up some performance in terms of weight per day of age and that such right here compared to that female that's into. I like this one as she goes a little neater right there off of her hind leg in terms of the way she plants and drives from her hock down into her pastern. She's not nearly as neat and tidy up through that front 1/3. She's getting a little bit softer in terms of her condition through the base of her neck and chest relative to those two class winners. And goes a little bit for the one that's here in fourth as well. Not quite as neat and youthful looking, I guess, and fresh for baby heifer calf right through the base of that neck and chest. Where I want to reconstruct that one is just at the ground ever so slightly in terms of the way she goes off of that hind leg, gets a nickel in at her hocks and a little more up at her pasterns every now and then, but love them in terms of just their build and their functionality of body type and kind with that natural dimension of muscle. Another one of those more moderate individuals here next. This one, if we can just reconstruct her on either end of her skeleton, make her a little tidier up front, but maybe make her looser out of her upper hip and make more flexibility right there at her hock. I think one that can sure be a contender from a balance standpoint. I appreciate this effort for her added performance and length and size, the depth to her rib shape and design. Again, one of those from with that added size, and we just need to make her rib shape rounder. We need to make her stouter as she goes away from us in terms of her natural dimension. Really love the look and balance of the red baldy heifer here on the standstill. I think one that's super intriguing in terms of her type and kind. To me, for the youthfulness of a heifer calf, she's 12 o'clock condition-wise. I'd like to reconstruct that one on the ground just ever so slightly. Again, a power upgrade here the gentleman's got here. Big bone, big-ended individual, lots of size and length. Maybe just not nearly as neat in terms of her balance features. I'd like to make her neater off of her hind leg. Young lady's got one that's intriguing, and again, if things go the right way, this effort down the long run, she's made right. It's just not near enough body and rib and dimension and flank in that heifer for me to get her up any higher. Put your hands together. Congratulate your Simmental breeders.
I mean to tell you, just a good set of heifer calves right there. Here's what this looks like. Your top two in the class. Second's going to go to Keeleen Cahoon out of Charlotte, Montana with Catalypso 37 NET. Congratulations. The winner of that class will be Top Hat Farms out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us TPHT Mambo N455. We're going to roll right into subclass number 2. This is going to be Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana, bringing us Dyer Honey Butter, rather. That's kind of a tongue twister there. Then we're going to have Sid Bar Cattle out of Hardin, Montana. They're bringing us Sid Bar Liddy N57. We got Gracie Earl coming out of Collinston, Utah, bringing us ERL JS Summer 03N. We got Luke Peterson out of Cresswell, Oregon, bringing us Miss Honey Boo NO75. We got Sydney Schwank out of Boring, Oregon, bringing us 2HF Betting on Vegas. We got Grace Thorson out of Glendive, Montana, bringing us LRS MS Rory 551N. Then we got Rocky Ridge Cattle Co. out of Casper, Wyoming. They're going to be bringing us RRWY Miss Loverboy.
Very intriguing duo up here on the end of the top end of this class, and I guess just for my mold of what we try to build and raise, and this heifer here fits that very, very well. I think that added femininity to have that much extension from her shoulders forward just comes into that much rib shape and design and boldness to her body. Love that uniform and turn to the base of a rib cage. You get behind that one in terms of just projecting a female into production. Going to be beautiful in terms of her teat size and placement. And with that added power and substance combined with her hind leg set and travel, is where she excels and dominates this particular class. A really good way to start. Young man's got a really, really nice one here in second. Really extended. We admire her for her added performance and weight per day of age and dimension. Female, probably not as soft right there at the elbow pocket and her shoulder and her heart, back down in her rear rib and flank. I'm not calling her shallow anymore by any means. I'm just saying relative to our class winner, she just can't match the added substance and lower third mass that heifer has. But that is still a really high quality individual to be second. Young man still got a really good one here in third. This little baldy, in terms of boldness of body and rib shape and dimension, they got her presented extremely well. Just not nearly as neat in the way she's designed from her hooks to her pins, often to set and travel off of her hind leg. We'd like to see her go with just a little bit more coordination. The next young lady's heifer, strikes me as a brood cow. She's productive. She's functional. Looks like an easy doing kind of a female in terms of her rib shape and design. Maybe not all the bells and whistles to be a show heifer like those first three. A little plainer through that front 1/3 and the set and travel off of her hind leg, but just real functional in terms of her type and kind. The red heifer is kind of neat to look at in her own right. You get her out here and compare her, just not nearly enough of her relative to the couple of these others. Where I start to get hard on that one, tearing her down, is just from a structural integrity. She's more upright and opened up at the top of her shoulder. We'd like to reconstruct her right here off of her hind leg. Another really intriguing individual to look at. I think a good future in this heifer. She's sleek in terms of the design of her neck. She's bold and deep in terms of her rib shape. We just like to put more substance and dimension as we go down to that lower third and the lower skeletal design of that heifer. Give her a little more coordination off of her rear too. Easily the frailest featured one that we're going to conclude with in terms of just her type and kind, weight per day of age. She just needs to be massed up throughout to get up any higher. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Second in class is going to be Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana, with Dwyer Honey Butter. And your champion of that class is going to be Sid Bar Cattle out of Hardin, Montana, bringing us Sid Bar Liddy N57. Without further ado, we're going to kick into class number 2. This is going to be junior heifer calves, calved between February 2025. We got Top Hat Farms out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us TPHT Tarantula N454. And then we got Harper Thorson out of Glendive, Montana, bringing us LRS Miss Rayleigh 512N.
Another outstanding class winner. This is going to be building up to be a really nice division of these heifer calves, and we just love her in terms of her female character and her length and extension. Again, from her shoulders forward, admire about how much rib shape she has and how uniform she is in her body depth right there. Maybe not nickel, weaker in behind her shoulder, and we'd like to lay her tail head down, but that's being awful nitpicky of a super high quality class winner. Young lady's heifer just kind of runs into a buzzsaw from a quality perspective. Nothing wrong with this heifer, just a little bit plainer in the way she's designed, a little rounder in terms of her feature. An outstanding class. Congratulations.
All righty, good set of heifers right there. Congratulations. Second in the class is going to be Harper Thorson out of Glendive, Montana with LRS Miss Rayleigh 512N. And the winner of that class goes to Top Hat Farms out of Deweyville, Utah with TPHT Tarantula N454. Let's roll right into class number 3. This is going to be junior heifer calves, calved between January 2025. We're going to have NILE Lamb out of Malta, Idaho with Ruby's Next Level. We're going to have Blake Rose out of Sweet Home, Oregon with Rose N12. Jake Smith out of Sequim, Washington with SV Glory 5031N. Then we got Stuart Kincaid out of Sheridan, Wyoming with Kincaid Roberta 504N. We got Jake Smith again with another entry out of Sequim, Washington with SV American Woman 5. And then we got Terry Pouslin from Laurel, Montana with TSP Katie 3N.
Another nice class of these heifer calves. I believe these are January's. The announcer said this female we're going to start with be the first to admit there'd be one that'd be approaching the upper limits of just being out of bounds size-wise for me. But I think there's nothing in here that can compare to her from a balance perspective. I think structural integrity still gets, she has the advantage there as well as some of these others. We just need to tone that one down and give her more moderation for my liking. The female in 2, if this one could get out of her upper hip and flexibility off of her rear hind leg, gives you an awful good look. Her neck comes so nice out of the top side of her shoulder. I think she's true and fresh in terms of her condition. She's got a good rib shape to her coming out of the top side of her spine. Would love to just free her up out of her upper hip. The gentleman's brockle there that's coming in next, extremely feminine in terms of her feature, really neat made, flat, smooth-shouldered individuals. Again, love her in terms of her bottom side of her rib cage. Again, one of those, if I can reconstruct her off of her hind leg and just loosen her up, there's one that's definitely a contender in this particular class. The young lady that's going to conclude this class, you love this heifer on the standstill. Really elegant, really extended in terms of her kind. When she takes that first step, you can see we got problems. That female's just too upright in the angle of her shoulder, too tight in her top line, and really gets restricted out of her upper hip. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. The reserve champion junior heifer calf is going to go to Jake Smith out of Sequim, Washington with SV Glory 5031N. Second in class is going to be Jake Smith out of Sequim, Washington with SV Glory 5031N. Congratulations to Terry Pouslin. He's going to win the class with TSP Katie 3N. Now we're going to move into the drive to figure out who's going to be the champion, who's going to be the reserve.
incredible division here that the Simmental breeders have assembled to bring out and exhibit for you. It's an honor to be able to evaluate some quality like this at a regional show like this. So again, don't take it lightly that you're even out here. And for those two fortunate enough to move on, know that you've got something I think that's pretty special. I'll try to give you an overview here. I'd love to know when I'm on that end that why that judge maybe didn't like. I'm not trying to be negative and beat these cattle up, but I sure want to know what he didn't like. So I think the heifer calf out of that first division right here is just so complete. I think from the top of her pole to the top of her shoulders, she's so good and level in terms of her lines out of squareness from hooks to pins. Got a beautiful hind leg set right here on this side. No doubt that she's incredible in terms of her base side of her skeleton, her rib shape and design. Maybe one I'd want to tweak just ever so slightly at the ground relative to a couple others out here. Maybe just to toe her a nickel straighter right there, a little more relaxed in terms of her pastern. But that's getting right down in the weeds, trying to be critical on one. The one that's come out of that second class, I think also another March, just a breed cow all over. Just added femininity to me, just so sleek about her neck, so big in terms of her rib cage and design. Maybe got a nickel more chest relative to a couple of these other heifers, and I keep asking myself, is it because she's so proud and so extended up front that shows up? But we just got to admire that one for her center body capacity. And where I probably admire her as much is just simply on the go. That heifer can get out and go with as much ease of movement and flexibility. She's correct in the angle of her shoulder, really laid back in her knee, female that's so cowy and good in terms of her kind. The heifer that maybe is as intriguing from here in the profile is the one that's in 3. And when that heifer gets right there where she wants to cock off and really show herself off, incredibly fresh in terms of her condition. Maybe that works to her detriment. Just a nickel in behind her shoulder, right there behind her blade. Doesn't have as much shape and dimension yet, but I don't call it critical because that's probably what allows her to get out and go and then get her loose in terms of her skeletal design. She's the other one that's really correct to me in terms of her structure and her knee and the set and travel off of her hind leg. Her hock down into her pastern. Again, the big heifer that come out of that last class, I believe, of January, again, you got to admire for what she is from a performance perspective. To me, she's just too mature looking today to look like a calf that will have a future. I'm trying to pick ones like I would for my kids that are going to compete next fall at a big scale. And so I think the 3 of these and maybe even the 2 seconds that are over here are those cattle that kind of surface to the top. With that said, I'll go select your 2. Again, give these breeders a round of applause. We've got an incredible lineup here and just an honor to be able to evaluate them. Congratulations.
Heidi Reserve Champion Junior Heifer Calf right there. It's going to be coming from Top Hat Farms out of Deweyville, Utah with TPHT Tarantula N54. Congratulations there. And our champion junior heifer calf is going to be from Sid Bar Cattle right out of Hardin, Montana with Sid Bar Liddy N57. Congratulations, guys. We're going to roll right into class number 5. This is going to be early senior heifer calves, calf between September 1st and October 31st. We got Jake Peterson out of Cresswell, Oregon, bringing us CSTF Rita M084. Then we got Shay Townsley out of Thermopolis, Wyoming, bringing us Rising Star. We got Bennett Rep out of Sprague, Washington, with Miss Spice's Lover Girl. We got Allie Sorensen out of Spanish Fork, Utah, with Queen of Hearts. And we got Grace Thorson out of Glendive, Montana, bringing us LRS MS Reba 4154M.
little bit of challenge in these top two of this senior heifer calf division here. But I think, again, you get these cattle on the move, and that's where I like to sort them from the ground up, and that's what's got to sort them here in this particular pair for me. Love the dimension and the freshness, and they've got this heifer dialed in terms of her presentation of the heifer that we're going to win. I think the closer you get to that one, the more you can appreciate her, because the outward curvature and rib shape that she has coming out of her spine, the amount of dimension and muscle she has going down her top and out of her hip. I think we put these two cattle on the move is where she then excels and separates herself. I think she's freer and easier out of her shoulder and the way she gets out of her front end. I love the length and extension. This young man, when he gets her parked right here, that heifer's a rib or two longer, and I like that about her. Female, it's just so long and level and square from hooks to pins. Got a beautiful hind leg set right here. I think when we put those in motion, that's where I'd like to change that individual. She wants to get out of that shoulder and get to kind of swimming out of her front end, and we'd like to lay her back in the angle of her shoulder from that regard, but that's being awful nitpicky of a super high-quality pair. Another really functional, practical brood cow here the young lady's got. I think if we just, I tell my kids, when you find one in the replacement pen that you really, really love, and then you go take them to the show barn and think you're going to work on them, then you look at them different. And I think we strip the halter off of this one, kick her out in the pasture, be one you sure admire because of her body, her rib shape, and her design, her muscularity. She still balances up good enough. We get her in this environment, a female, it's just not nearly as attractive in the way she goes off of her hind leg there to make it a big-time show heifer. Neat-looking marked-up heifer here next, and I think from her hooks forward, I like a lot of things about her. Her length and extension, her elegance up front. We would like to reconstruct this one for me out of her hip. First thing would be lay that tail head down into her spine a little more correctly. But as that young lady puts that heifer in motion, a female that just gets a little uncoordinated off of her rear too, not nearly as attractive as she drives. The red baldy that's going to conclude, again, priorities. She's got ribs, she's got muscle and dimension, but we forgot her performance. She just getting enough of her to go with these other classmates and contemporaries of hers. Right there looking at her, not comparing, a female that's got lots of good attributes to look at. We get her in here with her contemporaries just a nickel shy in terms of her added weight per day of age. Congratulations on a nice set of fall heifer calves.
All righty, here's the top two in the class. Second in the class is going to be Jake Peterson out of Creswell, Oregon, bringing us CSTF Rita M084. Congratulations. First in class is going to be Allie Sorensen out of Spanish Fork, Utah, bringing us Queen of Hearts right there. Nicely done, guys. We're going to come back for our final drive here. Okay, yeah, so your reserve champion senior heifer calf will go to Jake Peterson out of Creswell, Oregon with CSTF Rita M084. And your champion senior heifer calf will be Allie Sorensen out of Spanish Fork, Utah with Queen of Hearts. Congratulations, guys. We're going to roll into class number 6. It's going to be late summer yearling heifers calved between July 1st. And we got Sid Bar cattle out of Hardin, Montana, bringing us Sid Bar Roja M429.
Really nice single entry here. And again, we talk about just female character and quality and femininity. To me, she's just screams brood cow right there about her face and her neck. Love her in terms of her size. I think she fits us in terms of our environment. So good and yet relaxed in her top line, square from hooks to pins. Beautiful in the terms of the way she sets down off of her hind leg. If you want to get down and just really get in the weeds about nitpicky, she's got just a nickel chest. But to have one that's 12 o'clock and presented and probably got any doability to them, that doesn't bother me at all. Congratulations on this class winner.
Congratulations there to Sid Bar cattle out of Hardin, Montana with Sid Bar Rojo M429. They're going to be your champion intermediate female right there. Good job. Let's go to Class 8, April yearling heifer calved between April 2024. We got Tanner Vanek out of Lewistown, Montana with TJV Sisters Fancy Lass M1. We've got Shay Townsley out of Thermopolis, Wyoming with Fallen Crazy. And Peyton Wiggle out of Stevensville, Montana with Ziggy. Alrighty, and just another friendly reminder for all the clubbies out there, we are going to push that sale back. We're going to start, the show to 1:30. So 1:30 is when the clubby show is going to start, 1:30, just so everyone knows.
we're going ahead and leave these. We put them in line as they come around the corner here. The gentleman's heifer we're going to start with, I think we appreciate her for her boldness of her body, her uniform in terms of her body depth. She's maybe the most restricted in terms of her movement, but that's not, if there was something in here that was maybe better and it screamed more balance and more quality, that we could make that exception. But this heifer, we could loosen her up would be great. But I think from a balance perspective, just type and kind, that heifer still needs to win this class. We love the dimension and the power upgrade the heifer than two's got. Just big topped, big ended, heavy structured kind of a female. Comes to us significantly plainer about her front 1/3 and maybe not nearly as deep from her forerib. Especially I'd like to see her more expansive down low in terms of her rear rib and flank. But on the heifer we have to appreciate from her performance, power, and substance. Really nice, neat, slick-haired heifer that's in 3, and I love her from a maternal character, physics, up through her front 1/3, her head, her neck, and her shoulder. We just need to see more of her down low in terms of her added substance, and where I probably get the hardest on her would be out of her tail head and off of her hind leg there. We'd like to see her neater and more correct in the set and travel off of her rear too.
Well, congratulations. Second in the class goes to Peyton Weigel out of Stevensville, Montana with Ziggy. And the winner of that class will be Tanner Vanek out of Lewistown, Montana with TJV, Sisters Fancy Lass M1. We're going to roll right into class number 9. This is going to be March Yearling Heifers Cap between March 2024. We got Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana with Sid Barr, Jayla, M41. And we got Gracie Earl out of Collinston, Utah with Boy Flirt Away, M427. We got Ava McKay out of Sprague, Washington with TPHT, Cool Kitty, M12B.
Really nice class winner here the young ladies brought to us in terms of just sheer cow power. I love her for as much as modern as she is. That heifer still weighs plenty in my mind, just a huge in terms of her rib shape and design. Really beautiful from her hip off of her hind leg. Going to have a great udder developing underneath her. If we want to get critical, maybe Nick can handle a little more condition up through her front 1/3, and she's not loving being a show heifer here right now in terms of getting out and going, but she's still sounder than the other two that remain. The heifer that's in second, probably most likely, follows her from a type and kind perspective. She's so expansive in her rib shape, it's working to her detriment. We got her a nickel two-fold, really wants to get up in her top as she goes. She reads fine at the ground in terms of her angles and the way she kind of gets out and fills her tracks, but just gets up too much up in her top there. She's getting around the ring just a nickel full. The heifer that's in 3, young lady, gets her stuck and put together here really, really well. She's the longest sided individual in this particular class, probably has as much power and substance to the ground. When we put these cattle in motion, a female that gets a little awkward out of her upper hip, I'd like to change her in the way she drives that hind leg down into the sawdust here today. A little bit more rigid in terms of her pasterns. Probably doesn't offer the power and the boldness in terms of her mid body, this section right there, but just an outstanding trio of heifers. Congratulations.
All righty, second place in that class is going to be Ava McKay out of Sprague, Washington with TPHT Cool Kitty M12B, and the champion of that class, congratulations, is Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana, bringing us Sid Bar Jayla M41. We're going to roll right into class number 10. That's going to be the early junior yearling heifers calved between February. And we're going to have Rocky Ridge Cattle Co. out of Casper, Wyoming, bringing us Holt MS Molly 402 MET. Then we got Roberts Cattle out of Absorkey, Montana, with Dwyer's RSF Miss Honey. And then we got Kylie Zentz out of Miles City, Montana, bringing us Miss 496 2M. Class 11, you guys will be on deck. That'll be Hearts and Diamonds Cattle and Kaylee Salachi. Top Hat Farms, Harley Gillard, you guys are all be on deck following this class.
Really high quality heifer to start this particular class with, and maybe as much as I admire about that particular heifer is just her freshness. I think she is so neat at the top side of her neck, over her crest right there, blends in so good in terms of her shoulder, reads so true and fresh and genuine down her top and out of her hip, and then we get to studying her on the move. Here's the one with the most attractive hind leg set, easily the soundest in terms of filling her tracks. A really great place to start. However, the young lady's got into extremely expansive and bold and wide in terms of her rib shape, her muscularity. Just comes a nickel planer at her points, I guess, if you will, especially through that front 1/3 and the base of her chest. We'd like to lengthen her out nickel and square her up from hooks to pins. Maybe not quite as neat in the way she sets and drives from hock to ground. Young lady's got a big powerhouse of a cow here in 3 in terms of just sheer mass, dimension, performance. Huge top, big-ended individual where I'd love to change her again, freshen her up through her front 1/3 and chest. When we do that, we're probably going to lose some body, and she's one of those that's a little bit borderline in terms of her rib shape and body depth compared to our 2 up front, but a really nice trio of heifers. Congratulations to those ladies.
Alrighty, congrats. Second in class right there is going to be Rocky Ridge Cattle Co. out of Casper, Wyoming, with Holt MS Molly 402M. And the champion of that class is going to be Roberts Cattle out of Absorkey, Montana, with Dwyer RSF Miss Honey. Next, we're going to roll into class 11. This is going to be Hearts and Diamond Cattle out of Warden, Montana, bringing us HNDC Drama Queen 3M. And we're going to have Casey Salachi out of Brownsville, Oregon, bringing us Grizz. We're going to have Top Hat Farms out of Deweyville, Utah, bringing us RJPF Rita M513. And then we got Harley Gillard out of Stevensville, Montana, with JSUL Oh My Reba 4155M.
Guys, this is probably as tough a class as I've had to evaluate all week, and we're going to start with the black cover here in the middle. I just think, especially from her shoulders back, she's just almost overwhelming in terms of just dimension, and there's none of them that in here that aren't heavy enough in terms of just sheer mass and performance as a bred heifer, but she's just incredible, and from the base of her chest down through her midrib back into her flank, I think we put the cattle on the move. She has a clear advantage in structural integrity as being neater out of her shoulder. She's far more coordinated and just going away from you than maybe the red heifer. But if I could do anything, and I know we're here to compete, or you just want to freshen that one up just a nickel on the top side of her crest right there. But that's a really good place to start. The red heifer will be second, and I think, again, another one from her shoulders back just gives you that look of quality. There isn't near as much length and extension in this particular heifer, but she just screams brood cow. She's got power with that bone, but it's a good flat bone. A female that's really sound, except when she gets in, and that's just part of being heavier in their kind. Female wants to get a little bit loose and swing her legs a little bit outside of her. She's one I'd probably even a little more critical of, just like to freshen that one up a nickel through her front one end, or front 1/3, but just amazing quality, breeding flexibility in all three of these heifers. Probably the stoutest featured from a muscularity is going to be the young lady's Baldy on this end. Just huge topped, big-ended individual, carries that down low into stifle to stifle, going to have a neat udder developing underneath her. She's just not nearly as soft in her rib. To me, put those cattle on the move. If there is a concern, and I'm not telling you that there's problems, I'm just saying that one wants to get just a little bit up right there at the middle of her back, right about her loin right there, and that just tells you that she's compensating for something. We'd like to loosen her up from that regard, but man, that's an outstanding trio. Congratulate those Simmental breeders if you would.
You betcha. What a good-looking pin of cattle right there. Here's how that shook out. Second in the class is going to be Harley Gillard from Stevensville, Montana, with JS ULL Omairiba 4155M. And the winner of that class, congratulations, will be Top Hat Farms out of Deweyville, Utah, with RJPF Rita M513. We're going to bring him back and crown our champion in reserve.
What an incredible lineup the Simmental breeders have brought out here for our evaluation. And again, I thank them because, when you load some of these cattle up, the value of these things that we're dealing with, on a daily basis. If you watch this part of the industry, it's just incredible. So, I try not to devalue any of these animals, just give you my honest opinion. I think there's as much breeding flexibility in this division, especially here, that these will take this breed, and this breed's made so many strides forward in recent years, and I appreciate that about them. It offers so much versatility, but there's lots and lots of things you can do with these cattle right in the ring right now. Young man's heifer that come out of that first class, I think right here when she's sitting still, and in terms of a silhouette and a kind, she has lots of things you really appreciate about her. Neat front 1/3. She's so good in terms of her lines and square off her hip. Got a beautiful hind leg set. It's just when we ask that one to go into motion that she becomes an uncontender for me in this particular drive. I just got to get her freer and easier and lay her back in terms of her angles to get her up any higher at this time. The female that's in 2, we talk about just cow power and dimension from her top and point of her shoulder back. Just a huge bodied, moderately framed, easy doing kind of a female that's square and beautiful from hip and off of her hind leg right there. When you get her out here with her contemporaries, you just want to see that one a little neater about her head and face, crest, and base of her chest to get that one up any higher, because this heifer, again, got incredible pieces. There's bulls that'll fix that overnight that young lady can make going forward. To me, the decision's down here between Class 3 and 4 winners. Both these females offer a tremendous amount of future. The Baldy heifer, undoubtedly the most dialed in terms of her condition. She's fresher for some degree than most all the others in this particular division. When that one's parked right there, I think she's the most stunning and attractive. So good in terms of her lines and square from hooks to pins. Got an incredible hind leg set right there as she drives, and got flexibility off of her hock. They've got her presented to the 9s. Now, is there enough of her to get over the female that comes out of the next class? That's the overwhelming question. From this heifer, from the top and point of her shoulder back, that heifer, I don't know what she weighs, but it's by far enough. She is so huge in terms of her rib shape and design. We'd love to freshen that one up just a nickel on the side of her face and her neck, maybe back into her flank. But I think she excels this particular drive from a soundness of structure. I think she remains to be the loosest in her top line, the freest and easy out of her upper hip and off of her hind leg. She's going to be your champion today. The young lady with the Baldy will be reserved. Outstanding division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your reserve champion, junior female. Your reserve champ is going to be Roberts Cattle out of Zorkey, Montana, with Dwyer RSF Miss Honey. And our champion is going to be Top Hat Farms out of Deweyville, Utah, with RJPF Rita M513. Congratulations, guys. This is going to be another one by Roberts Cattle right here out of Zorkey, Montana. DMCC My Time 152L.
Another extremely high quality. I'm assuming our lone entry in our senior yearling division, and again, What I have to maybe admire about this one as much as anything is just the freshness and the condition that she comes into. It's so easy to ruin more of these senior yearlings than it is to keep one good, and that's where she's so intriguing. She is beautiful and ladylike about her front 1/3, and due to the end of the year here, 1st of January, but a female so long and level and square from hooks to pins and beautiful in the way she drives off of her hind leg. And again, I can't say enough how hard it is to manage one to keep a senior yearling this particular fresh, and she's done a great job. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Roberts Cattle out of Zorky, Montana with DMCC My Time 152L. They're going to win that class. She's your champion senior female. Now we're going to come back for our final drive and crown our grand champion female and a reserve grand champion female. Here's how this looks. It's going to be Sid Bar Cattle with ERLJS Summer out of Hardin, Montana. Allie Sorensen with Queen of Hearts from Spanish Forks, Utah. Another Sid Bar Cattle with Sid Bar Roja out of Hardin, Montana. Then we got Top Hat Farms with RJPF Rita out of Deweyville, Utah. Roberts Cattle with DMAC My Time out of Zorky, Montana. Then we got another one from Top Hat Farms with TPHT Tarantella out of Deweyville, Utah. Jake Peterson with CSTF Rita out of Cresswell, Oregon. And then another one from Roberts Cattle. They're going to have DWYGR RSF Miss Honey. They're coming out of Absorki, Montana.
As we come out here in selection of your champion and reserve open Simmental females, what just an incredible offering these exhibitors, breeders have brought before you for not only my evaluation, and you know, it's easy for me to give my opinion for anybody that knows me, but man, these cattle are incredible. We started off with a bang out of this calf division this morning, right about lunchtime there, and I think those two are big-time contenders, and I think they'll have an incredible, bright future. We just admire them for not only the class that they have in terms of their presence, but still keeping the basics in terms of what I would call beef cattle, you know, in terms of body, doability, but most importantly, structural integrity, building those cattle. And both of those heifers, I think, are big time, and we're going to see them in the highlights for time to come. I think the next two division winners are good. I think we talked about I believe the senior heifer calves, in terms of they're good. I think if we could free both of those heifers up, they're probably next level in terms of their general movement. We'd like to lay them back in the angle over their shoulder, and I think those heifers become big time. They be talk in the middle of this. I think we appreciate the freshness, the design, the power, the muscle shape without being coarse here. The young lady's got. The red baldy, I think, is just incredible in terms of just genuine cow power. Female that's practical and functional. She's so easy doing, super sound structured. Appreciate that about her. To me, the heat come out of this junior yearling division, and again, not a very good poker player. I think those two heifers just offer a world of value and breeding flexibility. The senior yearling, we talked about her in her own right, just as a female. It's super fresh and really, really good looking, sound enough in terms of her structure, and it's super hard to keep one that fresh at this age of the game and standing around the barn this long. But with that said, I'll go out and select your champion reserve. Again, I think it come down to me, the 4 heifers, and I'll go show you the 2 that I like. Congratulations.
All righty, well, congratulations. Your reserve grand champion female is going to be coming from Roberts Cattle with DWYGR Miss Honey out of Absaroka, Montana. And congratulations to your grand champion female. That's going to come from Top Hat Farms. RJPF Rita out of Deweyville, Utah. Congratulations on a great pin of heifers there, guys. We're going to roll right into class number 16, Junior Bull Calves, calved March 1st, 2025 and after. We got Top Hat Farms coming out of Deweyville, Utah with TPHT Testify N451. And we're going to have Jonna McCullough out of Fort Benton, Montana with TSR Shell Shock 519. And then Broman Shank Farms right here from Billings, Montana. They're going to bring us Dauntless NON. And then we got McKenna Galloway from Springfield, Oregon with McKenna's Father Figure.
Outstanding class of these junior bull calves, and I think the young ladies brought us a baldy here that just speaks power beef bull in my mind. And I'm not going to tell you that there's not something, you maybe want to make him a little cleaner in his chest and his sheath a little bit, but that's being awful nitpicky. I know if I had an individual like this standing in my pen at home, you know where to start for the bull sale next spring, and he's going to command some attention, because he's just so robust in terms of his rib shape. He's incredibly powerful and wide from hooks to pins. He carries that down deep in terms of his stifle. Really flexible. I admire him at the ground, and when he's on the move, he is so laid back in the angle of his shoulder. Beautiful in terms of the way his hind leg meets the ground. No doubt the show bull's in two here, I think, in just terms of presence and upheadedness, and to get to his benefit, he's probably fresh and leaner at the moment, so maybe his better days yet to come as he masses up right there in behind his shoulder. We just maybe want to make him a nickel wider and fuller around his heart. But from there back, man, he is so neat, and from his hooks to his pins, again, another one that's got an incredible hind leg set. We appreciate him about being neater through that front 1/3 in his sheath, but we just got to admire the herd bull power in the one that goes out the ring earlier. Again, standing still, this bull's huge in terms of his performance, his body mass, his muscularity, his masculinity. Here's an individual you admire from all that. I'd like to lay him back in the angle of his shoulder and make him a little bit more coordinated off of his rear, too, as he goes away. But really, in terms of functional beef cattle, does a lot of things right. Another one that's really attractive, just a nickel behind at the moment in terms of his presence today. If we can mass this one up, and that'll happen, and maybe make him a nickel sounder, here's the one that can be interesting to see a year from now as they mature. But an outstanding class of junior bull calves. Congratulations.
You betcha. Good pin of bulls right there. Here's how that shook out. Second in class is going to go to Top Hat Farms out of Deweyville, Utah, with TPHT Testify N451. And your winner of the class, congratulations, will be Jonna McCullough from Fort Benton, Montana, bringing us TSR Shell Shock 519. Congratulations. Let's go to class number 17. These are going to be junior bull calves between January 1st and February 28th of 2025. Quentin Harwood's going to lead us off from Geyser, Montana, bringing us Canes Double Shot 39N. And Sid Bar Cattle out of Hardin, Montana. They're bringing us Sid Bar Scared Money. And we got Jake Smith from Sequim, Washington. He's going to be bringing us SV Enticer 5022N.
What a class of spring bull calves here as well. I think lots of differences. You can take a program many different directions. I think, to me, the safe bounds is this bull that wins this class. I think you get on this bull in terms of his rib shape coming out of the top side of his skeleton, just the dimension of muscle that lays in behind his shoulder over his loin edge. He is huge from hooks to pins and pin to pin. Maybe if you want to tweak him, you'd maybe appreciate the hind leg set just a nickel better on the bull in two. I think this bull's better and neater about his front 130, stronger in behind his shoulder. And again, I think he's just unmatched in terms of general mass. The bull in two, a rib longer, and we appreciate that about him. Maybe a bull we appreciate a little neater in the way he wants to sit down from this angle anyway in terms of the way he goes. He's a nickel planer through the base of his neck and his chest. Wants to get just a little bit weaker in behind his blade as he goes. So I admire him for his added length and extension, but that's a heck of a pair of bulls. One that's really drawn to from a phenotypic standpoint, the yellow red bull here, a really up-headed, square-hipped individual with a really neat hind leg. We get that one put in motion, and not only is there just not enough of that bull compared to his two contemporaries, he's too upright off either end of his skeleton. Like to lay him back in the angle of his shoulder, give him more reach out of his rear hock. Congratulations.
You betcha. Good class of bulls right there. Second in class is going to go to Quentin Harwood out of Geyser, Montana with Kane's double shot, 39N. And the winner of that class, congratulations, goes to Sid Bar Cattle out of Hardin, Montana. They're going to bring us Sid Bar Scared Money. That's your class winner right there. We're going to bring him back here and figure out who's going to be our champion junior bull cap and our reserve champ.
What a set of four bulls here that could probably go on and compete at a national level. I think these individuals are just ultra complete. There's lots and lots of pieces of these bulls that many breeders can use in different facets to fix different things in a cow herd. The Baldy bull that come out of that first class, we just admire him for his chunkiness, his beef bull build, if you will. Just huge middled. I think he's a little bit longer pattern than the bull that was second and the bull that won the second class. I think we appreciate that about him. But he's probably my favorite in terms of the way he wants to set, drive, and plan off with his rear leg. Plenty of flexibility right there in terms of his pasterns. The bull in two, just overwhelming in terms of his rib shape, mass, and dimension. Really masculine, opened up individual with an immense amount of muscularity. We're going to use our two class winners. I'm going to opt to use the Baldy and his set and travel over the young lady's big, stout, powerful individual in two. Outstanding division of bulls. Congratulations.
You betcha. Good pin of bulls right there. Congratulations. Our reserve champion junior bull cap is going to go to Sid Bar Cattle out of Hardin, Montana with Sid Bar Scared Money. Congratulations to our champion junior bull calf. That's coming from John McCullough right out of Fort Benton, Montana with TSR Shell Shock 519N. Congratulations, guys. We're going to roll right into Class 21, early summer yearling bulls calved between May 1st. We got Glenn Cattle Co. out of Missoula, Montana, bringing us MW-Montana's Red Bentley.
Ultra attractive single entry, the Red Bull in the ring here, just a really up-headed and muscular, really shaped up individual on the top side of his skeleton there. Feet bull, maybe not as soft right there in his forerib and his heart as you just ultimately desire, but I mean, he has got such a stunning and captivating look here from the profile. Nice single entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Glenn Cattle Co. out of Missoula, Montana, bringing us MW Bar, Montana's Red Bentley. They're going to be our champion intermediate bull. We're going to roll right to Class 23. It's going to be a March yearling bulls calved This is going to be Sydney Schwank from Boring, Oregon, bringing us 2HF betting in Vegas.
Another really attractive single entry bull here the young ladies brought out to us here. Just incredible in terms of the way he's up-headed. Where I probably admire him is just his looseness and levelness in terms of his lines. He's so good down his top and out of his upper hip in terms of his levelness. Got some reach off of that hind leg. A really nice individual. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations right there. Sydney Schwank is going to win that. That's going to be your champion junior bull right there. 2HF betting in Vegas. Congratulations. All righty, now we're going to bring everybody back for the Grand Champion Drive right here.
Come out here for selection of your champion of reserve Simmental bull. Again, not lots of numbers, but I think there's just, again, like the heifer show, these four individuals can take you in at least 2 or 3 or 4 different directions, depending on what your cow herd might need complemented. And I'll go over them real briefly here. The 2 bull calves, I think those are cattle that are really, really hard to breed, I guess, and replicate in terms of, I call them a little more flawless, I guess, if you will. The Baldy, for that much length and extension that he has in terms of his rib length, bull that still remains really strong in behind his blade. What I probably admire the most about him is just his length of hip, the width and dimension from pin to pin, and as he stats and plants, that bull can get out and go as smooth and sound as anything that in this particular ring that we've seen with that hind leg set and that flexibility in terms of that real flat bone. Yeah, he's got a nickel chest in him, but that just, to me, proves his durability. You can see that's what's helped him achieve his weight per day of age. We talk about just the mass, the center body, the upper hip, the boldness in that bull that's in the reserve calf, still extremely smooth in terms of his pattern and his balance here from a phenotypic standpoint. To make one that's that opened up and that much dimensional and still not be coarse and round is really, really hard to do. No doubt, if you're making maybe some show steers and cattle with the up-headed look and just presence about him, the Red Bull in 2 is going to help you there. He is just captivating in terms of his up-headedness look right out of the top side of his shoulder. He's so long, stout in terms of his length of lines, where I'd want to change him relative to the others in this particular drive, make him softer from his forerib back to his flank, maybe make him a nickel sounder as he meets the surface off of his rear too, but just incredible in terms of his presence. The Red Bull just so practical and his type and kind, super up-headed and attractive, fresh in terms of his condition, really long and square from hooks to pins. He wants to get up underneath himself just a nickel the way he goes. It allows him to be flexible and fill his tracks. But a bull we'd maybe like to reconstruct that way. He's not overwhelming from a muscularity standpoint. He's still got plenty by all regards, but just doesn't maybe have the breed-changing dimension that the two calves have. And with that said, I think the two animals that are probably harder to make to me and maybe keep you in the business longer, these two calves, we're going to keep them together to be your champion and reserve bull in this particular drive.
Well, congratulations. Our reserve champ overall, Simmental Bull, will go to Sid Barr Cattle out of Hardin, Montana with Sid Barr, Scared Money. And congratulations to our champion overall, Simmental Bull. That's going to go to Jonna McCullough out of Fort Benton, Montana with TSR, Shell Shock 519N. Congratulations, guys. That concludes our Simmental show. In about 10, 15 minutes, we are going to kick that clubby show off. So if that's something you're entered in, please do have your hammer cocked. We're going to be starting that in about 10 to 15 minutes.